go, dude. Let's go. Alright, we're here. We're here today doing the Battle Royale thing. We're just waiting for Dying Light 2 because we don't have anything else to do, bitch. Who's this? Mary Poppins in this bitch. Look at all these victims. Take him. Got wrecked by an anime girl. It's always an anime girl that does me in like that. Sad. Bitch just piped me. Going in. Lag. I'm lagging. How am I lagging? What the fuck? Woo! Let's go. I just got a bunch of loot. Oh, how did he get me? Oh boy, just shot the fuck out. Huh. Fuck it though. What up, dude? Let me see. Can you what's up? Oh shit! I was gonna go back to the lobby. Oh. What up? Oh. Yo. Yo, can you hear me? Voice won't work. Motherfucker. Let me check the server. Alright, I'm gonna reset the server. Still no voice.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Did you change a
Okay.
setting or was it the server?
Yeah. I was on push to talk and I forgot, but
Oh yeah,
I'm
we
gonna
turned
I'm
the
gonna
dial
have
on.
yeah. I set that all up, but I need to change the hotkey for that because T just types in T in the chat channel every time I fucking hit it.
Yeah,
So,
you gotta click off the fucking chat bar. I know. Yeah. Oh
but I
damn.
don't know how. Like I click off of it and then when I hit T again, it just starts typing out T.
I think
Then I'm
there's a
hitting
setting
delete.
for quick text, so that anytime you hit a key, it starts typing unless you have like another key you're hitting. Yeah. That's dumb. Damn it.
Oh man, I fucking pulled something in my armpit, shoveling a bunch of fucking snow, and
Damn.
it hurts to breathe right now.
I just got done
Oh,
running.
what do you? Yeah, I already told you all this. But what are you playing? Fortnite?
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
I'm getting Monster Hunter Rise and Dying Light 2 tonight.
Oh yeah, I knew you were waiting for that Dying Light.
Yeah.
Oh.
On PS4.
What, the new Monster Hunters coming out or DLC or what?
Well, Monster Hunter Rise, I didn't know it was coming out on PC, but it was. So the reason I want to play it is because it was on the Switch, and because it was on the Switch, it has to run super good because it's the Resident Evil, like Village or Resident Evil 7 fucking engine, like the RE engine, and
Okay.
it's super well optimized, so it has to run super fucking good. There's like absolutely like zero fucking like fucked up data in that game because it's only 20 gigabytes, but it's massive. You know what I'm saying? And it's like the first like open world Monster Hunter, so you can walk to every zone. You know what I'm saying? Like you get a mount and shit, so it's like a co-op like solo RPG kind of thing.
Good.
No
I
like
played.
dungeons or
I mean,
anything.
I own Monster Hunter.
Yeah, Monster Hunter Worlds.
I guess so. The original. I don't know. But it's probably not the original, but the one for PlayStation 4.
Yeah. See, it's
I
really
don't know.
good on controller, but I guess a lot of people this is where people are saying Monster Hunter Rise is doing really good. Hey, kitty. Is that the keybinds are a lot better, and I guess like the combat's supposed to be like super good. Like
What?
they took away some
What?
of the like technical
Hold
aspects of it,
on.
and they made it like a little more streamlined to be more
Yeah.
like a co-op, kind of like a couch co-op game.
Yeah. Like I played it with Andy. It was all right.
Uh, yeah, that's Monster Hunter World though. That one's still fucking like agonizingly technical and shit.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
the other one's like normal RPG
You
kind of
gotta
stuff.
stop and eat and sharpen your sword and
Yeah,
all this shit.
yeah, all that
Yeah,
shit's like
I don't want to
streamlined.
spend all that time doing
Yeah,
that shit.
yeah. It's more like playing
I,
like
I, like, you know what I was thinking about is like it's hard to pinpoint like what kind of game I'd want to make, especially like considering
that's why
like
I decided on the
I
two
wanted
genres I like.
yeah I want to delve into something like
Because then I'm not limited. You know what I'm saying?
simple. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? So because my first whatever that I'm gonna make is gonna be a piece of shit no matter what. So I might as well just
It
like
doesn't have to be,
force
dude.
it out. Well, I mean, you know, whatever. It's a learning experience.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
all I'm saying is, like I can identify more with what I don't want, more than with what I want. You know
Exactly.
what I mean?
Yeah. See, I'm trying to make like the way I want like an interface to be, right? And like the way that I want like controls to be is like very simple. And I feel like someone that's never played video games, like a 50-year-old man who's been working in the mill, you know what I'm saying, could learn how to play this game. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what I would want. You know what I'm saying? But I want it to be able to be
Yeah.
more complex. I want it to be just like you can just play and like learn as you're playing. I want it to be like inductive and deductive. Like as soon as you start figuring shit out, like you know you know what you can like at least try to do. You don't know what'll work, but you know what you can try to do. And that's why like I don't want to have it like overly complicated. Like World of Warcraft, even back in the day, old people didn't really like learn that game unless they were like programmers or something. You know what I'm saying? Like
Right.
old people
Yeah.
didn't have that sort of savvy, and so I want something that's accessible, but not necessarily like inclusive. what I'm saying? I want it to be like
I remember like PC games when
they
it's
had a
like
Wonderlust and shit, dude.
90s Mac, right? Like
Yeah.
Flight Simulator for
Oh
one.
god, my old boss wanted me to play that with him. I still want to. I had it already with him and
there's
like everything.
there's what else was there? There was Myst,
Mist was cool.
and I think Riven was the sequel to Myst, and which, you know what, I cannot help but to notice how much influence Destiny has from like a game like that, like Myst, which
Yeah.
just was like a frame by frame kind of game almost.
Yeah, it was. You
It's
clicked
really
on
bizarre.
the part of the screen that you wanted to move to, and you would go there and
That
shit.
was like legendary, and then
Yeah.
like I thought it was like the best. I couldn't imagine graphics getting any better. And like now I look back at it, but
Millions
still,
of
it was like,
voxels and shit.
yeah. And so like there was these two older guys that lived next to my mom when I was growing up as a kid. Arnie was his name, and he worked at the mill, like you said. He was an older guy. He knew a lot about computers and building computers, and this is like 90s
So you probably
Windows,
liked the idea of trying to play a game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he would play, and then his like kind of drunken, uh, never had a job, good for nothing best friend Ted lived with him all the time, right? And would just sit around and play video games. And
That'll be me one
but
day.
yeah, they were friends and whatever. And Arnie was real quiet, but he'd let me borrow like I remember Super NES games and shit. And, he'd let me borrow one at a time. He was real cool about it.
Can I
And,
tell you something real quick? Not to be weird.
yeah, no, go ahead.
I saw a picture of the movie Demolition Man, and I laughed because that was the first video game I ever emulated from SNES, like you just said. I keep hearing it like the last like couple of days. I've been seeing Demolition Man, and
Dude, that movie
SNES.
was so awesome when I was younger. That was like the shit, dude.
It was
Like
the
there
first
wasn't
game I played on
there
TV.
wasn't the Matrix yet or anything,
Yeah.
Like that was like as good as it got, man. That was John-Claude Van Damme, Sylvester Stallone.
You're like the 60th person that said something about something that's related to fucking Demolition
Oh my
Man.
god, I love Demolition Man. You have no
He was so
idea how many.
cool.
That's got to be out of like out of the top 10 movies I've watched more than anything else. Demolition Man's up there, dude.
Yeah, I think
He's
it came
up
out the year I was born too. Makes me like it even more.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, that was such a good movie. Oh my god.
Yeah, first SNES video game I fucking played
Sandra
on an emulator.
Bullock, Sylvester Stallone, Wesley Snipes. What a good. I want to watch
Yeah.
that again now. I haven't seen that in so long.
Yeah. But I just
I've been trying to like convince this one kid at work has really good taste in like movies. He's always telling me to watch it. Like he just had me watch. It's like an all black western, and it's called
Hell yeah.
The Harder They Fall on Netflix. And he lets me use his Netflix account. He loves all the Marvel movies and shit. And, so we geek out and talk that kind of shit all the time. And I used to want to like choreography movies and stuff. So like I'm really into it. As somebody who shows an interest, but I keep trying to get him to watch it. I'm like, dude, watch Stargate, because I've been watching the whole Stargate SG-1 series, which I don't recommend to anybody, right?
Sometimes you can
unless
get
you're
into it.
really into Stargate and you're into kind of like these campy, corny things,
Yeah. Well, it wasn't
And
corny back in the
cool.
time, but now it is. You see
Yeah,
it so many
like
times.
I have fun with it because
Yeah.
I love that whole universe, But the original Stargate is a classic movie, like
Yeah.
with Kurt Russell and
For sure.
David Spader, or whatever the fuck his name is.
You want to
Uh,
No? Okay.
and
I'm
so
here,
like
I'm
I'm like,
just
dude, watch that movie. You gotta watch this movie. You ever get a chance, dude? This is way before my time, and I had an older gentleman kind of request this to me. He's like, "You really like movies?" He's like, "This is what you need to watch." And kind of like half movie, half Broadway, because it's an older movie with Errol Flynn. It's called Captain Blood. And it's a pirate movie.
Captain Blood.
I want to say it's like 2.5 hours long. It's kind of a long movie, but dude, it's a good movie. Like, this is before like they had real special effects. Like, it's basically about a doctor, Dr. Blood. His last name's Blood, and a guy comes to his house late at night. And he's a rebel. This isn't like England or Britain or something. Like they're at war with France.
Does he kills the
And,
rebel, doesn't he?
no, he heals him because he's a
Oh.
doctor. He saves him, and then the military comes and finds him harboring this refugee, and consider him a traitor and put him in prison. Okay? And so then in prison, they're like going to condemn all these people to death, and he kind of convinces the judge to let them all serve their time doing labor. And so they put him on like the shipyard for this mayor, and like kind of, I guess, near the Royal Fleet or something that has something to do with the Royal Fleet, and they all work like they're all chained up in barracks, and but he's a doctor, and so the mayor has really bad gout, and no one can fix it. Everyone's using all these wacky remedies and shit. So he like heals this gout and slowly builds trust with them, and the mayor's daughter falls in love with him and shit. And dude, it's just a really good movie. And then eventually he gets all these old convicts, and they steal a ship, like a naval ship, and then they go and they become pirates. And for years they become the most renowned pirates, and then eventually he comes back and saves the military and becomes.
He saves the military.
He does, like, they're being invaded by France, and so they fly the France flag or whatever to get in close enough to kind of fuck up France's plans and shit, and take their ships out. And
Oh,
they
I thought
run
he was
them
gonna
back
give everyone
into
cocaine.
shore.
He's,
Dude,
just came back
well,
from his
Errol
trip to
Flynn,
Colombia?
the actor, he played Robin Hood, like a really old Robin Hood.
Oh, that's
before,
awesome.
Like, before Russell, or not Russell Crowe, before what's his face, Morgan Freeman, Kevin Costner. Like an old, he's an older actor, right? But he used to like show up to work drunk all the time. So a lot of these scenes, he's like all buzzed up, and they've got good humor. I remember in the Robin Hood movie, like there's kind of the comic relief. He's this older guy who's always in his movies, kind of, and this he was like, I forget, but he complimented this lady, and she's like, oh, I saw complimented. I don't even know how to say it anymore.
I saw some guy say Oprah Winfrey, like, he said opera. He's like, opera?
Opera Winfrey.
Opera Winfrey? And then the black lady started cracking the fuck up. And she's like, what'd you say? And he was like, opera? He's like, Oprah, honey. And he's just like, Oprah. He's like, fuck. I was like, damn it.
But he throws her a compliment, and she's like, oh, I bet you say that tickle all the ladies' fancy. And he goes, well, I don't know. I've never tickled a lady's fancy before. And she's like, ooh, and like it was just, I don't know. It's like okay, they got this cool kind of snide, dirty humor even back in the day, like pushing the limits what they could have got away with.
Yeah, it's funny.
Lay down.
Ooh, I like the rabbit mask. Okay. It's got a World of Warcraft vibe to it. I like that. This one's cool too.
Yeah, I installed fucking Unreal, and then I'm having a problem with my account. I created an account, I can't get into it. I gotta go through the authentication bullshit.
I would just use Epic Games, yeah.
I mean, yeah, I have to. I mean, I've got the Epic Games launcher downloaded on my shit, but...
Oh, so you didn't authenticate your account? Like, you didn't, like, click the link thingy in your email?
So what I want to do next, anyways, is kind of get into the programming scene and start to learn a little bit of basic coding.
It's good to figure out at least some of it, because, like, what I want to get up to is, like, a data compression table. It's like, that's, like, literally what I want to get up to. Because then you can, like, easily double, like, the capacity of, like, your engine's, like, power, kind of. You know what I'm saying? You can, like...
Yeah.
Things that would be kind of big
there's ways
be
to...
almost zero.
Like, if you're gonna start a game anyways, even if it's not a game, like, even if you're using Unreal for, like, film and shit like that, knowing basic coding to give things either physics or whatever fucking goes a long way, so... Get into a little bit of that and understand what you want ahead of time, because it all starts with that in a lot of ways.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like, I have, like, this idea for aiming down sights, like for, like, a third-person game, right? Where, like, when you go to aim down sights, it goes like down iron sights, like if you have a scope or something like that. Or you can like, if you just do like iron sights, then you have like, what I would do is like set the default to be like not aim down sights. Like it would aim over the shoulder. Like it would zoom in but be over the shoulder. You know what I'm saying? So then,
Yeah.
like people could put like ACOGs on rifles and then like leave like SMGs alone. And you know what I'm saying? Or even like if you have like a big like chain gun type thing, then you don't gotta necessarily put a scope on it. You can, shoot it from over shoulder. But then like for melee, right? I wanna have like I know on core I don't think I would be able to do it very easily, but I could like make like abilities that you swap out and just name them different like attacks, and then let people like pick out like 5. I think 4 was actually like what it did smooth without fucking up. So like I could let people pick out like 4 like animations like from like leveling up like melee attacks, you know what I'm saying? And then like you could have heavy attacks, or you could have a block, or you could have like focused strikes. You know what I'm saying? So like if you hit like right mouse button or left trigger, you'll zoom in a little bit over shoulder. It'll increase like speed, critical, and like a little bit of like base attack power, and shorten the hitbox. You know what I'm saying? So like that would be
Yeah.
the trade-off. So like you could like go for like like kind of like a flurry burst DPS, or like a sustained DPS, or like a like a counter DPS, or you could have a shield and be like more defensive. Like, but the and I when I look at core, like I can add those like pretty simply, like, and like they won't be like very advanced things. So like the basics would just be like giving everyone like 4 basic attack swings, like that, not swappable ones, you know what I'm saying? Just like 4 basic ones that are linked to weapons. But I want to make a melee animation for every weapon, like when you're holding it. So like I want to make like an elbow for like the rifle and shit, unless they have one already. But then like I would just make that keybind like E or something, or Q, and then you'd have like 1 through 8 on the keyboard or your mouse. Because I got a 12-button mouse, so like I use that for my abilities.
Imagine if 1 through 8 was just different, just different melees with that weapon.
Oh.
So then you'd switch weapon, you'd like scroll the wheel, and then you'd have 8 different attacks, so you could make weird martial art combos out of it and shit.
That's how there was a game that me and Steven played that was just like that, actually.
Which I was thinking about too, like imagine a game that was like focused a lot on grappling.
Yeah,
like
it was called
wrist
Absolver.
locks.
Sorry.
Absolver.
Absolver, yeah. It was pretty fun. The funnest part is encountering random people online. There's a good bit of people that play it. But you know how like I talked about, like I like the idea of people phasing in and out in like a co-op game? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what happens in that game. And like it's like you and your boy, you just walk up on some guy. Do you beat his ass or not? You know what I'm saying? And this is the best part. In a game that was like all fantasy martial arts, I made Muay Thai. Like I just made Muay Thai, bro. I annihilated people. Like I would be in like skivvies, you know what I'm saying? Just straight boxers. Everyone's got like a little bit of armor on and shit, and they look badass. Then it's just me, jab cross hook, jab cross hook, jab cross hook, front kick, push kick, front kick, push kick, jab, 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 and they just like crumple. They're like, how do you get so much stamina? I have no armor, bro. I'm naked. That's what. Like you have big plates on your elbows, your biceps, your titties, and your forearms, your hands, and you got some like loincloth metal thing going on. Like realistically, it looks cool.
The original Bushido blade.
Yeah, but it's like you're only throwing 3 or 4 punches before you get gassed. I'm naked.
Like, that game was the shit because it was like every move you made was critical.
Hell yeah.
And unless you got the guy who'd throw the fucking sword or pull out a gun or something, which was pretty shitty.
You could carry like 2 weapons on you, and there was like two hotkeys for like each weapon, and like the the, the one analog stick controlled your stance, and the other analog stick controlled the direction you were walking in. You had a lock button, so you could lock onto a target, but other than that, it was like free range. You used like different combos with the analog sticks. So like if I wanted to do like a backspin kick, I had to like set up the analog stance, my position, and then hit the right key. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so like it was cool, to be honest. Uh, it could be like a little more in depth, but they're making a second one, I believe. But then when you get into like the ranked fights, everyone has like how I made like Muay Thai. Everyone's got that, but then they just do two like super ultimate moves that they can spam. So like they had like a haymaker style thing that like lets them ignore damage and shit. And I was like, motherfucker, like you unlock abilities by countering them, or like RNG defeating someone that has it that used it on you and shit. So like it's weird. You can't just like pick abilities. You have to like it takes a lot of time to unlock them, and I only had a couple of ultimates, you know what I'm saying? And then like I look at these people that were playing it, like that I was fighting, they'd been playing like in the beta and everything. Like and I'm like, there's just like no way I'm gonna get like that haymaker in the next like year, you know what I'm saying? Like how does it take you a year to learn how to throw a haymaker? I don't know. Damn it. But it was a fun game. It was way cooler
Proper
than
one.
like For Honor or Chivalry or anything like that. Though those games are way more graphically intense. And now there's Stifu that just came out. Stifu. If you want a martial arts game, that's supposed to be badass. That's like improv combat.
I've heard a little bit about that game.
Yeah, it looks cool. My bad. I got caffeinated. I keep bantering.
I'm in a strike, so I'm like kind of concentrating.
Hell yeah. Got another marshmallow bundle. Fuck these guys. This one looks cool.
Fuck this.
I like this one. I need 50 more fucking cents. Motherfucker. Let me check.
15 cents.
Yeah. Oh, ho, ho. I should get just enough. It's $2, $3, $4, $5 right there. So if I use $12, that leaves me with like $5. Something like that. You know, I ain't doing the math. Fuck that. I do got this one. But that one's called Smoke. Dude, I can't wait for fucking Dying Light. It's gonna be so cool. And you said that's
Witch Queen's coming out the 22nd.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
That's what you were gonna say. I don't know.
No, I just blanked. Andy. There we go. You said Andy was gonna get it?
What's that?
Dying Light.
Dying Light? I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe he said that. I don't,
Oh, I thought you said someone was getting
probably
it.
will. Clendenin was the one who
Oh,
showed me that game actually.
yeah, dude.
No,
Oh,
Dying Light 1 or whatever.
yeah. Straight up, that was the game me, Roby, and Eric would sit there and play in my room. You know what I'm saying? Like when we weren't hanging out and shit, that's the game that I was normally playing offline. That was like my offline game. Uh, but originally, before like after like 4 or 5 years of it being out, they like streamlined the experience. Because at first it was very, very gritty. Like you didn't get a bunch of like special boosted stat items, and I guess like they kind of like scaled up difficulty and a lot of shit, so it made sense that they like added more items and everything. But originally it was like brutal as shit. Like you'd be like stranded trying to like make your way around, just stomping the head of a zombie because all you got is like a broken pipe and a pistol, and you ran out of ammo. You know what I'm saying? You only had like 18 rounds like for like the last like 70 hours. You've traversed like 60 miles, fucking on foot, climbing over buildings and shit just because you're like, you know, I ain't fucking with this alley. There's like 19 motherfuckers in there. I'll just, I'll scale the wall. Fuck it, that's way easier. But like, you'd get them like, you'd be like pinned like in like a stairwell going into a subway or something. And then, like, zombie would start, like, crawling out of, like, the sewer and shit. So, like, you're, like, stomping the fucking dude's head and shit. You're just like, ah. First time I saw one of the mutated zombies, dude, I freaked the fuck out. Like, uh, it's nighttime, like, pitch black, and I've been playing the game for, like, a week now. And I haven't really had the balls of, like, going out at night because I kept seeing and, like, hearing shit, you know what I'm saying? Motherfucker, like, grabs me and, like, screams right in my face and just like threw me off the side of the stairs, and it's like all first person, looks like super like,
And now you're all traumatized and shit.
yeah bro. I was like, ah, make it stop, and then I just hit the fucking ground and I'm not dead, so I gotta deal with this shit, you know what I'm saying? That was my first experience at nighttime at fucking Dying Light. Fucking guy just went right off the fucking like 30-foot stair drop. I land on my back and he's just like screen goes red. I thought I died. Wasn't dead. Fucking dude like comes jumping down the stairs and shit. I was like, nope, I'm out. Fucking. I remember I threw down like a UV light. You know, they're supposed to protect you and shit. And they don't like walk directly into them, but the motherfucker will spare you out of it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're sitting in like an opening, he'll just fucking like sidewind your ass like right out of the fucking. And the screen's just like, tap F. Tap F, bro. Get this giant motherfucker off you. And he's just like, oh, fuck. But as soon as you run into a building that's safe, it's like, they just stop. I remember I locked myself like in this fucking room, kinda, and I was just like, F was like your front kick, and so like I would just spam that shit like through like the crack of the wall, so I could keep bumping the guy back, cause it doesn't take up stamina. You only get 1 XP like per hit, but it doesn't take up stamina, and you can bump like medium-sized enemies. Fucking. That game was grueling, dude. You'd spend like 20 minutes like fending off like 2 guys just because they're overpowered as fuck. And see, like the mutated guys, like their heads don't smash so easy and shit. Like at nighttime, they like become like jumbo size and shit. Dying Light 2 is gonna be awesome. It's supposed to be so big, and I've already seen footage of the fucking driving the buggy and shit. Oh my god, it's just gonna be amazing. It's like the only game I've ever played where like I've genuinely like hit something like I was playing on a controller though. I hit like a zombie and a tree stump like almost at the same time, you know what I'm saying? It like fucked up like the right tire of the car. It didn't like just like pop the tire, but like, there's like a little like error indicator thing that like pops up on like your driving interface thing. You know what I mean? I couldn't figure it out for the longest fucking time. I had like a kind of like a gray tier, like a common fucking wheel axle, and I couldn't even repair it, so I had to learn how to scavenge for one without them telling me how to like do it. Dude, it was just so fun. And the way that like the way the car handled, like even like being on a controller was like awesome. Like when that shit like broke, like you knew it broke. The car was going beep 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 beep. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't think that was gonna happen. Like your car gets beat up in other video games and shit, you know what I'm saying? But normally like the driving don't respond.
Not
like
Defiance.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
the driving response was not the greatest in that game either. So.
Yeah. It was fun, but yeah. Totally
It was
accurate.
fun.
But Dying Lights was fun just because it was like surreal. Like you felt that shit, like you knew you fucked up your car. You like fucked up your little buggy and shit. It's like fuck, bro. And I don't think it fell off or anything, and I'm unsure if it does, like over time. But like that's what I was wondering the whole time, and like you got like a horde of zombies chasing you down through a cornfield. You know what I'm saying? You're driving on some like Amish town fucking road out in the backwood, and you have like in the movies, dude, like a massive herd of zombies chasing you down in a fucking buggy. Like it was so. That game was so fucking crazy, dude. So fucking crazy. And for me, that shit happened because I hit the guy standing next to the tree. You know what I'm saying? And then the rest of them heard the zombie in the tree stump the car. You know what I'm saying? They heard the fucking collision. And like, sure as shit, dude. Like, a herd of zombies comes chasing me down. I died a couple of times during the campaign, but like, I'd post up in fucking big ass hunting towers. Kind of like one of those like ranger stations. They had them like spread out. I'd post up in one of those. Dude, that game was it scares the fuck out of you. Like it stresses you the fuck out. You're just like, what the fuck is going on? Half the time it's just like you want to survive until you figure out like when you get a gun it changes, you know what I'm saying? Like when you get a good gun and like you secure like ways to buy ammo and you start getting like bounties done, it's not so bad. But that doesn't happen until like 75% like through the game. Up and until that point, like you're fucking peon status. Struggling, dude. And it's juicy as hell. Be beating the shit out of fucking like 9 motherfuckers. You can slide kick into fucking people's knees. You know what I'm saying? Even like humans, you know what I'm saying? You can slide kick the motherfucker right in the knee, take his knee out. It looks miserable, but you can. I've straight one hit other NPCs like with uppercuts. You know what I'm saying? Just like, and then kill them. I'm just like, oh fuck. Like, what a whopper. Unlocking fucking safe houses is fun. Because it's like close quarters and you gotta go into the fucking house and like barricade yourself in with like normally like 3 or more zombies, something like that. I'll light those motherfuckers on fire. That game's so fun. It's one of those games where like you're like finesse stuff, like your physical like attacking shit's gonna level up anyway just because of the situations you get put in. But it's totally worth it to like learn how to craft and you know what I'm saying? I think you need to craft to make like your grappling hook. You need to craft to you can make a squirrel suit, you know what I'm saying? So you can go diving off of fucking buildings. Um that game's so fucking good. It's kind of like it's like a Grand Theft Auto style game, but it's locked in first person and it's a zombie apocalypse. Playing online is just great. They got dungeons and shit too. That's one fun thing about the game. Doing dungeons was crazy. Like doing like a scavenger run to a supermarket. And it would like literally just be like going into a supermarket and there's 150 fucking people trapped in there. Yeah.
That's kind of like the raid or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Cool
There's a lot of
concept,
them
yeah.
though. There's like a lot of different stores and shit, places to go do that shit. And that's just the original one. The new one's supposed to be like wild, like 500 hours to walk to like one of the main points in the game and shit. I don't know if that's non-stop or like doing the missions while you go, but that's cool as fuck. You do have a car though. That's one thing to point out. You unlock a means of transportation and there is like a quick travel back and forth, but the inevitable journey to that point they're saying is 500 hours. So like that's cool. Like that's the kind of like style shit that I miss. Like something that makes you like work to get to the end and shit. Cause like World of Warcraft was big, you know what I'm saying? But it was like you became invested in that game because of the amount of time that it took leveling. Like even after like people developed like power leveling methods and shit, and you could level up in, you know, like a month or whatever. Before they started like squishing experience a fuck ton. It took you a long time. So like it was like an investment, and that's what like Dying Light did right. In the first one was like they made you invest time. They made you struggle through that shit, and then after update and shit like that, then they smushed it down. It's so fucking good. And for being a game that you're just walking around as a pair of hands, you know what I'm saying? It is like a parkour game, so you see your feet and all that. But I just call first person games, you know what I mean, like a pair of hands. That's really what I call most of them. But like, it sucks you in, dude. One thing that they just confirmed is that it's not going to be crossplay though, and it's not going to be people on PS4 can't play with PS5, and there is no crossplay either. On top of that, Ha!
It just got PlayStation 5.
Hell yeah.
His like load times are right up to par with PC now. Or like we're
Yeah, he's
just
got
in
a
and out of the
SSD.
tower real quick and shit. You know, he's like, "Oh man, the difference." I'm like, "That's why I play on PC now." Got all day fucking transverse to the tower.
Ain't it? And I'm sure if you just dusted out your PS4, you'd get faster load times again. Like they wouldn't be as fast as PC, but they'd speed up. But that's a hassle. All the screws that Sony puts on that motherfucker. I've done it one time. It was dirty as fuck, but like I don't know. It's never gonna overheat really. You know what I mean? It's just unless you like take out the hard drive, there's dust on there. So it's gonna get like locked to fucking a slower speed. I wanna play Destiny now. Damn. I feel like I can't shut the fuck up. I am. I'd drink a cup of coffee. Jesus.
See, like the thing is, they're about to kill Spider off because the Queen's pissed off at him
You think so?
because he took in Crow when he got resurrected. But it's like we all knew Spider was a scumbag. He also helped us out. I don't understand why we killed him. Yeah, Mara solved. It.
It's the Lunar New Year. CCP losers. From February, bring back the fan skins they like, called Hellcat, Wraith, Caustic's Legendary, Mad King, and Bangalore's Legendary Crimson Queen with Legendary name. Are they free skins, or do you gotta buy them? What do you mean? Why is this news to me? Like, I'd re-download it, but get a free skin.
But
But if you're like, hey, come download this game again and buy this skin for $25. No, I don't want to. Damn it. Johnny. Yo, I got so sleepy last night and the fucking voice chat wasn't working. I literally forgot that we were playing together uh, when I had left. I thought I just did a strike.
you know, we took off. You took off when we were in orbit or whatever. So we were like, "Oh, that's done."
Oh, bro, I completely forgot.
Dude, we both had to work in the morning.
Yeah. I was like, I gotta drop the party before it throws me back and do a new one. I watched like a video and passed out.
Shut my game chat off.
Oh, I'm not even gonna talk about it on stream because I'll end up saying something bad, and if I don't want to get a fucking bad boy point for making fun of weird shit on a cartoon. I'll just mute it real quick.
Yeah. Is that thing you guys were watching the other night? That box? Pennsylvania was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. And really, I mean, when it comes to the realm of vampires, Dracula, and all that shit, there was a lot of transgenderism. Like, it had a lot to do with demons, devil, and taking the form of both male and female. Involved in that work. But plus, like, I feel like I feel like uh, the Japanese have a specific.
That's all I wanted to say, to be honest. I just didn't want to, I muted us. Couldn't get, in trouble talking about it. Take my fucking funds and shit. Bitches. No, Twitch probably wouldn't. They wouldn't give a fuck. They just wouldn't let me stream for a day or something. I'll go stream on YouTube.
You're entitled to your opinion.
Yeah.
Oh, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now is the age of
I can call them communists.
Oh, you
I
out
just
on
can't talk
everything.
about alphabet people. I can call them communists. But I can't call them the G word. Unless it's God. That's what you want to be.
Right.
Hurl at thine feet, peasant. I saw a picture of Klaus Haas, and I hope it's not real, but it's him at a fucking nude beach, bro, and he's got, like, this noodle on his dick. And he's wearing, like, a lady fedora. He's just chilling. He's like the world's, like, literally, like, the world's, like, richest man and shit. Just chilling naked on a beach with some weird twine noodle on his old wrinkly dick, sipping margaritas in a girl hat. Talking about how he's gonna rob the whole world. It's like, the people will be happy afterwards. What? Totally. It's a great idea. See, this is why my streams get shut off. I start making fun of rich people. And for some reason, like, the algorithm, it genuinely seems to, like, catch that shit. If you're being, like, honest about shit, or, like, you don't
There's an
agree with it.
algorithm for it that's like watching you when you're
No,
when
like
no
when
one
you're
else is.
streaming and shit. If you say certain things, your stream gets cut. It has to be an
it's
algorithm.
You've heard about all these problems with Joe Rogan and Neil Young or
Oh, yeah.
whoever.
Yeah, and Joe
All that
Rogan's
shit
a
on
leftist.
Spotify. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he's a self-proclaimed leftist because he's a liberal, but liberals are really just Republicans.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm ignorant, but I claim to be a liberal, a filthy liberal, whatever that means.
Well, liberals agree with, like, progressive stances. You know, it's just like live and let live, but that's what Republicans say. It's just that they disagree on, like, my body, my choice things around, like, babies and shit. But really what they disagree with is, like, the money and, like, weird organ harvesting that's involved with those programs. It's supposed to be ethical, and the left side don't prove that it's ethical. Liberals tend to stay out of that. They're just like, that might suit.
Who sent me an invite?
I'm online. I'm about to get a cup of coffee.
Did you send me an invite?
No. It says you're offline right now.
Does it?
Yeah. Let me check. Hey,
oh, it's probably my Steam, actually.
yeah. Are you having
I just
internet
logged
problems?
in. No, it always logs me in offline whenever I start up Steam. A setting, I don't know where the fuck that shit's at, but...
You could try defaulting your settings. You could have changed something. Can you join me? My shit should be like friends and clan.
I'm in the...
No problem.
That's right. Just finished it. Dark, yeah. Joining him real quick. Hold on a minute. Let me mess with my settings.
You're good. I don't know what's going on with the voice chatting game. Oh, you're online now.
Yeah, I just turned it
Bet.
on. It wasn't the same problem I had from before where I couldn't figure out what the fuck it was. Now that I figured it out, I can use that setting and then disposal.
Okay. What up, Kay? Oh, damn, my voice chat's super bugged. I can't hear K-Dark either.
I didn't turn on... I gotta get out of Gilded, dude, and join him.
You're good.
You're gonna hear an echo for a second. I'm gonna talk to him. Hey, Kay, can you hear me?
I can't even hear you in game, so it don't matter.
Might have walked away. He probably just sent me an invite. Just chilling.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave Gilded though. Try to join us in chat if you can. Or well, try to get yours working first.
It's got to be
For you, just
something
fine.
going with Bungie. Yeah. I'm just being affected by it because everyone else is chatting and I just can't hear them.
Yeah, I can hear you. Talk a little bit. See if Matt can hear you. Hold on. Go ahead and talk. Hear him at all? He's really quiet for me.
Nah, I can't hear him at all. I turned on open mic too.
Okay, you got a way to get on Discord?
You should just join Gilded.
Gotcha. Not like a tablet or something. He doesn't have his headset.
Actually, Gilded might work on PS4.
Well, what I'm gonna do is, why don't you mute me in game here, and I'm gonna mute you in game, Matt. That way I can,
just turned on push to talk, so there shouldn't be an echo for you.
Okay. Yeah, but his chat wasn't working. He played with me and Andy last night. We can hear him, but he can't hear us. Oh, I'm in Gilded chat right now on PC, which is kind of like Discord, and I'm also here in game chat.
Gilded is the best.
Alright, can you hear? Go ahead and talk, Kay. Yeah, we can hear him, but he can't hear us in game.
Yeah, I'm not able to hear people.
So yeah, we can play like this as long as it doesn't bother you. And you can mute me in one of those channels, man. Well, you can't hear me through the in-game.
No,
anyway,
I can't hear you in the game either.
There we go. Echo done. Oh yeah, you got something to say to Matt? Like, hey motherfucker, let me know.
Let me get my coffee.
What up? You know what? I'm gonna take my dog out real quick. Okay.
Scheduling. This is not a combat zone. Move along. Please, this is not a combat zone. Move along.
The dish is out of alignment again.
I look like a Power Ranger now.
Checking now. Transferred. All done, all done.
Course. Sequence is pattern.
I've been saving this money for an Eververse convention for weeks now. Yes.
What had we here? Even undated computer languages are rich in temporal information. You can date a file by the symbology it uses.
It's kind of relaxing here. Channel 6 is not secure. Signals found a leak. Just gonna take a minute here.
I do not want electricity.
I'm scared to look at the news these days. It's still a flying bus.
Good.
Boop, boop.
You're back. Make good use of it.
You're alive, Guardian. Fight like it. Hopefully, this is as sturdy as you are. To officiate, Guardian. Don't make me wait.
What are we doing?
I don't know. That's what you fools want to do. Tell you what I would want to do. I would like to do an asshole alignment.
A what?
About done with my wayfinders bullshit. An asshole alignment.
Ah, okay. Cheeks,
Yep.
cheeks.
I need one of those as well, but I need that on my other account. And I also need a team of 6.
There.
We tried that one night.
Told her this wasn't
Were you
done.
there for that?
Maybe.
You were there, Matt. I know you were. And it was General, I think, and Heavy Metal, and E&D, and Answer. It was brutal as fuck. Failed.
Probably, yeah. Sounds alright.
Those readings don't make any sense. On it so much you'd never recognize it. I haven't given up on Stick as many missiles in it as you like. It's still a flying bus.
I could definitely do some dares too.
It doesn't have to be maneuverable. It's just a bomb. The rain tastes funny these days.
Really, the best thing you could do right now, Matt, for the
No
Witch
readings.
Queen,
The dish is out of alignment.
bounty
again.
stack, dude. Certain ones don't count, like the Wayfinders bounties don't count,
It doesn't
because
have
that's
to
going to be
maneuverable.
gone for Witch Queen.
It's a bomb.
I'm not really profit,
Yep.
to be honest. I just want to do the story.
Yeah, but right, but this is the thing of the game, and this has been your attitude towards it, which I used to agree with this 100%, but until I realized the way it worked. Okay, like it comes to leveling the season, and you're like, well, I don't want to get burnt out on it too soon, and I agree with you for the most part, but you want to get to 100 on your season as quick as possible. That's the main goal, because at that point, then you're getting your power level ups. And so, the longer it takes to do that, the longer it takes to do cool shit, like the end game content that, like, in this case, it's the Master Grasp of Avarice we just did. You know?
Yeah, but I already got my season content and shit. You know what I'm saying?
That's cool.
Like, I get bounties, but...
I like that. Well, and that makes sense because they're getting rid of the gunsmith shit. So, cash out all your gunsmith shit.
Talking about this is right.
Guardian. I might have over 1,000.
Yeah.
I got 1,200 now, actually, yeah.
Thanks. Don't get burned.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I think you're right about Marisol, dude. I don't think killing Spider's the right thing. Like, I don't think she's doing the right thing there. I think that's bullshit. And, I think she's pissed off. She was pissed off about her brother because I just played through this Wayfinder shit. And just today I finished one of those Shattered Realms. And then when I went back, she was talking to Ikora Ray about, her brother and who to blame. And no, not yet. Right. Okay. That's just crazy, so whatever.
See, I like the story. I'm just not, I'm not worried about, like, a lot of the replay value things that they added aren't actual, like, replay.
What
like,
if
they're never
what if
rewarding me.
Savathun was actually the queen this whole time playing the long game, dude? Right. Yeah. Well, she does that to everyone. She did it to us the first time she met us. Oh, Petra's a crazy bitch.
I doubt Zevor Arath
Actually,
knows what
the
Queen
first
Mara
time
is
I ever
planning,
met Petra,
but she knows that every
she flew
day
to the
it
city
grows
in
nearer.
D1.
She'll redouble her
pass out gifts
efforts,
for
I'm
the
sure.
Queen's bounty.
And with Krogon,
Remember that?
we're more vulnerable than before.
That was like where Saladin used to fucking show up for fucking Iron Banner in the tower. You know, up in that center room or whatever. It was barely ever used. She only did that 2, maybe 3 times, dude. But she used to show up with her ship, and then you would buy bounties from her, and like it'd be this little event. You'd get special shit, like Tenchu shit, I guess. Crazy.
Zevor Arath is sending in Taken as shock troops and holding Hive forces in reserve.
She hopes that the Taken will destabilize the blind well enough for a full invasion.
That just felt like a game design they didn't want it to be like that, and they
Secure those taken
switched it on the
essences,
fly.
Guardian. It's the
'Cause
only
it only
thing
happened
that will
like
push them
twice. Eat one of these things in under 10 minutes. But yeah, unstoppable and overload, but I got unstoppable. I have overload. Wow, misadventure from meleeing him. Strong melee.
I'm the melee.
Shit, go. Nobody's depositing shit over here. Or they're all trying to get used to their controller or something. This like cheap Chinese fucking Xbox controller. It's awesome. It's a PC though. Plug anything into a PC. Break your sensitivity down.
The Taken are fleeing. I feel the tears in this
I
reality
play with
slowly
a
beginning
lot
to
less
mend. But this will not be their last
than I do on
trespass.
PlayStation.
We must remain vigilant. Perhaps it is fortunate that Crow has spread his wings. I do not know how he'd respond to the scorn after what Savathun has shown him.
Agreed. He needs time to come to terms with Uldren's involvement in their creation.
Some rockets.
Ether gives life. Let its destruction bring death to the scorn.
Come on, bud. Come on, lay down. Come on, lay down. I got nothing for that overload. You got a bow on you, Matt?
Yeah.
Their denier. Something good for that. Gotta try them. Fucking studs, kids.
Once we have our Techians back, holding this area will be much easier. Thank you for all your aid. Your compass has led us this far, Guardian. Preserve it until the ritual, and nothing will stand against us.
Alright, I'm damaging him there. But he has targeted that tether. Woo! Immune. Absorb my galley.
Oh, whoa! What just happened? What?
Big old boy. On the stairs up top here. Where is it? Here it is.
You did well, Guardian. But I admit that Crow's expertise is missed.
That was wild.
Too late. Hey, buddy, guess what? A certain very angry knife lady says you're an amazing marksman. Best she's ever seen. He says he doesn't care. But I can tell he does. Thanks, Petra.
Trying to kill off the drug dealer.
Scum.
If they kill him off and we gotta start buying enhancement cores from the Queen, I'm gonna be like, oh hell no.
Hostile takeover.
Once more, we part the curtain of reality, and you step beyond.
I'm gonna try to blast through this as fast as I can. 'Cause I already did this again today by myself. Grabbed all the shit I could. Got upgraded safe passage now, but
Yeah, I got a fat amount of this shit done.
I did a lot of this with my other character.
Yeah.
I don't care. If you want to do it, I will, but I
don't care. I just want to play. You know what I mean?
oh yeah.
Got some guns I like. Got some strong ones.
You're making good progress. I believe that's another beacon ahead.
Almost made it. Just picking off all the
Beacon aligned.
stragglers.
They'll have felt that. Be ready.
Yeah, look.
This is my favorite part. I can just stand still. I literally just kill everything. That's so tough now, alright. That's all I can do though. It's the only good gun I got. The weapon I got. You know, I do my part. I kill the ants. You know, I can't one hit bombs, but I can clear all the high bombs.
One time. Eventually, I'll have all this extra gear that you've been saving up, and
Yeah.
make a different build.
Well, I'm gonna sync my PSN account again, just so I get all the old stuff I have. Because there are some legendary things.
What's that, Kay? No, I don't know. Maybe. how they do shit anymore. But I don't know. Who knows how they do shit anymore? I'm done trying to predict what they're gonna do. Did the game. I already bought the damn thing. Gonna be a surprise for me.
What?
Whether or not all these guns are gonna be obsolete or what. The way they're changing shit up. I don't think they're gonna be doing any more master reworking. Like, these guns are always gonna be here. How we have them now. We'll fight, live, and die for these roles. You know, they've grinded for days and hours. They cried and they cried when they master reworked everything. They said they weren't gonna master rework shit, so all this shit's gonna be valid. There's just gonna be new shit and a different way to look at it. Probably just be seasonal weapons. A little bit. They're just gonna fucking dip their toes in the water and see how much crying everybody does.
Yeah, I want them to do good, but I don't know. They just don't have a good track record. Not after like swapping so many platforms.
Yeah, they just published a deal with Sony, right?
Yeah.
Like just a few days ago.
Clear out that opposition so it can do its job.
I find that hilarious. And Sony just got.
They're like, they get around, man. They're like the hookers of the fucking gaming.
Yeah. I think they literally get out of their contracts by bitching about it. Like, with Activision, it was like a he said, she said ordeal. You know what I'm saying? Like they accused each other of like sexual misconduct. Like,
right. Seems to be going on a lot of. I mean, I didn't know these gaming companies were like these hidden transgender orgies or whatever behind the scenes, man. There's like a lot of dirt going on, you know.
But, bro,
I worked at some restaurants and shit. Oh my god.
Yeah. Like for sure. But those people, like all that shit, like now it's not even like really in court. Like, they had all this evidence, and the evidence, supposedly the fucking California state official, this dumb motherfucker said, we had evidence. Same motherfucker goes, Activision destroyed the evidence we had. How'd they destroy the evidence you had? You had it.
They like hacked the system. They modded their files.
Yeah, this makes zero sense. You lying fucking fuck.
They hired that kid off Nexus fucking mod.
Yeah.
Who had perfect grades in school.
Slander shit. They're slandering each other. For Twitter. People on Twitter are stupid as shit. And whatever people say on Twitter,
Right, well, Bungie's a whole new monster anymore now anyways, you know? Like, the old guard's about done with.
They're like college kids. The people that are running Bungie doing this PR.
Which should be good. I mean, that's what the fucking... That's what Halo was, basically. It was a bunch of fucking college kids, you know?
They're
like
people
eating
that
pizza in a
famous
fucking cubicle.
They want to be famous online people. That's what the Bungie people, the people that are working for Bungie right now, are guys that want to just be like famous influencers. And it's a little weird. You know what I'm saying? Like, go look at their tweets. It's like they can't say something. They can't go more than a month by saying some realistic magic shit. Like they are weird. I want the game to do good. I can't say the people that go look at them. That's all I gotta say. Go look at the people.
Right.
Yeah. Like they're questionable decisions. Like, I don't think that you could put me in that position and I'd be doing just as good as them online. You know what I mean? Like in that PR position. And I think that's shit. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, man, public relations. I should have gotten into that shit a long time ago.
Well, I just mean
like cater to people.
That's all they're doing.
Great.
What they got?
It's gonna be great. Things are gonna be great.
They're not good at it, is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not good at that type of shit. That's kind of like what I'm trying to do. They suck at what they're doing. They're very decided. And they seem to only give a fuck about it. Like, they don't care about it. And the difference is that they're not the original Bungie.
Right.
So it's like,
the original Bungie hired Steve fucking Vai to play guitar for Halo and shit. Like,
yeah.
Their composer, how they sued the composer, like the whole thing, just like.
The final beacon is aligned. I'm detecting severe paracausal emanations in your vicinity. Get ready.
I really like love that. The people that like don't need to get rid of the I'm trying to get them better now. More and more I see it. It's like they're not impressive. They might be smart, but they're not good at what they're doing.
What? Oh my god. Blew myself up against the marble.
What I died.
My galleon stepped out of that bubble.
I died.
It's done.
Micron.
The beacons are in alignment, and
And
Zebu
Tick
Aroth's
pulled up
forces are in retreat. Let's
Bro,
bring our lost
jump on
sister
his
home.
back. Last tension, boys.
As I'm looking at these charts of the ley lines, I'm seeing considerable overlap with once secret awoken outposts.
Yes, our trade secrets revealed. The ley lines were a means by which we expanded our empire without notice of our enemies.
After being all addicted to Dying Light 2, playing the expansion on Destiny will be good though.
1323. Hot dog.
Like, remember we were talking about the Division the other day?
Yeah.
It's not like a sci-fi-ish kind of game, like you don't have a sci-fi interface, but it feels a lot like the Division if the Division would be like first person, if that makes sense.
Research, governance, custom.
Yeah. Like the world
area, yeah.
Yeah. And the Division, like on PC.
The setting.
Yeah, you hold control and you can just like hit X and he'll like auto run forward, like sprint and shit. And you can like just not too advanced type of shit, but you parkour lightly over stuff. Scale obstacles.
Hey baby, why are you giving me the cold shoulder? I want
Baby.
to talk to you. Yeah, I'm like a few hundred years old. You do for a living. Who are you talking to? This box? Are you talking to this box just to ignore me?
Just go urinate all over this fucking.
Well, I can walk right through you. I can see right through you. You are so transparent. She's got a hip hole.
Fucking poop right next
Take a
to
look.
you. You and your virtual stripper.
Yeah, she's a tent shoot. That's awoken for stripper. For prostitute.
Yes. I wonder what it's like wearing a spacesuit all the time. You know they gotta poop in these things, right?
Yeah, and then they recycle it and eat it.
Oh Jesus, they turn into granola bars. You've just been eating the same granola for the last fucking 90 days and shit. I mean that literally. Been pooping it out. Fuck, I'm done. Dude, K-Dark looks like a savage. His gauntlets and his helmet on his warlock.
Yeah. So you got the green. It's all black and green. Celestial star look. He's always worried about his fashion. He'll always be bitching at me. He's like, man, you gotta look all fucked up. I'm like, dude, I'm like trying to level my character. I've got like some blues on and shit, you know? Like, give me a fucking break, would you? You can't even decorate those.
That's one good thing
he's
about
ragging
Final
on
Fantasy.
me, and he was ragging on me, and I realized that's him saying, check out my fucking character. I put some work into it, alright? I'm like, damn, shining, glowing and shit. He does. He's always got some cool shit. But he plays a lot, so he's got all the good shit.
Oh, yeah.
Hey man, I'm gonna say this. I think out of the 3 classes, other than Titan Marks, which are kind of look like big diapers to me most of the time, Warlocks kind of suck, dude. Like, they could be.
They don't
better.
got a lot
like,
of good glams, yeah.
Hunter's got really cool glam. Titan's got some really
Hunter,
cool
yeah.
shit, but Titans aren't like mixable very well. While Hunter, you can mix and match shit pretty well, and same with the Warlock.
I can
Titan,
go
it's
straight
kind of like
Ronin.
you almost have to equip that gear. Like nothing matches in an exotic.
Like this one, I got some, you know, like sleek, bulky arms and shoulders.
I agree with you there, Kay.
Chest plate.
There's.
But I can swap some of my shit out and just look like a fucking samurai.
I agree. Yeah, give me 1 sec, Matt, sorry.
You're good.
I forget that you can't hear him, and he's a little bit quieter than you, so when you're talking, I can't hear him at all.
Oh, my bad. We got
you're
priority
fine.
speakers on, too.
But I agree with you, where the Titans looked a little slimmer and more trimmed down in D1, which I don't mind. I like that bulky look. I don't mind that, but gear, it's like, I don't know. In D1, like you had these cool hive aesthetics in certain parts, and you could mix shit up and it still look good. You know, here it's kind of like you have to have that set, or if you're mixing and matching shit, you can look really fucking retarded. Yes, that means diversity.
Warlock has too many copy pastes.
Yeah, copy. I don't know. Warlock's got some decent shit, but if you don't do some of the cooler shit, like I love this Batman-esque cloak on the Hunter from that dungeon. I want to run that with this Hunter at some point. So.
Yeah. I just mean Warlock has like, they all got like the gown. There's not a lot of like, they don't change it up until you're like stronger. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
But then like when I see guys like how like K-Dark has his, when you see guys like this, you know that like they're gonna fuck you up and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. So, let me see what I gotta do here.
Some Warlocks are dressed like fucking potatoes. And
53 of
fucking
53.
melee
Marisol.
pisses
I gotta talk to her.
punch you right around the fucking wall. Through 2 corners. You're like, motherfucking flat, square ass. Laser fucking push, bitch.
I gotta talk to her at this. Oh my god, this Sparrow.
Buy a mod real quick, see if they got something good for me.
Let's change it up. I'm tired of this Lion Sparrow or whatever the fuck it is. Old Pride. Postmaster real quick. So Zur is being held hostage right now. He is selling a Trials rocket launcher that I don't even have.
Where's he at? Let's go.
No, yeah, someone's got to have been there. Like, so holding her hostage, the way it works is Tuesdays on resets, when he's supposed to disappear, he won't come back until Friday. Somebody stays there and he won't disappear. And so they can hold him hostage all week through Reddits and shit. If this doesn't work, we could try the Reddit just to go buy it. Oh yeah, you're right. Well,
Always on Earth.
At the tower, he's in the hangar. So if we go in here and you see a bunch of names out by the hangar, then you know we're in the right spot. Even one name.
Security seek, check in.
So we gotta do this until we get into the right instance. Basically.
Done, no. Into the fallen.
Sorry, I'm in my lamp. Sorry.
This terminal looks like it's in use as a forum for dead orbit folks. About what you'd expect. Lots of pictures of people wearing black and nihilistic poetry.
Talking to the guy downstairs. I knew him from high school. We weren't like really good friends, but I always liked him. It was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Like removing snow like crazy. Like I hadn't had barely shovel at all. I helped him out a bit this morning or whatever.
Yesterday it like
He's really
rained.
been a fucking boss about it, and he was telling me that he's like work. He got laid off for a while, and then he was behind on rent and shit, which. We're all buddies here, like we've all known each other since high school, so it's like, even our landlord, my landlord just texted me, so I wanted to just be like, dude, Phil, like, I haven't touched a shovel, and he's been fucking, he did too, he had the driveway clear, like, I didn't want to go to work today, but when he had everything gone, I was like, fuck me, now I gotta go. Thanks, man. You know? It was a shit show, dude. I'm driving a little Chevy Cobalt right now, and there's like a state of emergency.
My alternator just went out, but
Hold on, man. Alright, go on.
my alternator just went out. I gotta replace that for the first time. It'll be a fun learning experience.
Matt, hold on, Matt.
How am I supposed to know?
That's nice. Well, I was behind this fucking dump truck on the way home from work, and this guy was just... I had no choice but to do like 25 miles an hour and just follow behind him, but it's a pretty smooth ride, but dude, there was so much snow, he was wiping people's mailboxes. It wasn't his fault. It wasn't the plow. It was just all the snow. It was so much weight just flying off to the side. Just destroyed so many mailboxes, dude. That whole street's just fucked.
Ooh, I want to smoke and go to the bathroom. Right back.
Alright.
No, I'd pee. Went to smoke too.
What do we want? Dark Priestess? Warrior?
Welcome.
Well. Do we just pick them all up, or do I just grab one, or does only one person grab them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Barracks can help.
Just grab the
Yes.
Dark Priestess. We just want that one, or what? Right, the bounties.
One weird thing that keeps happening on my Destiny client is when I hit tab and then E to pull out my Sparrow, that's like the default keybind, that the ghost interface stays open. And, side note, you're playing on PC, you can go to Game Bar and go to the widget store and download the Destiny add-on for Microsoft, and you can access all of your Destiny and Ghost stuff from your game bar on your computer. Just so you know.
Alright, we're trying to get finishers here. That counts, okay? I need precision final blows. Those should be different for all of them. Gotta put the ball where though?
I almost just hit C to try to build a fucking ramp to protect myself from fire, like I was playing Fortnite.
Again, darkness falls on this moon. And again, foolish Elixni flock to it. Save them from temptation, Guardian. Aramis sent her wolves and devils for Varix.
Yeah, you're looking at the quest, Matt. It's called the Warrior, or the Dark Priestess.
That's what I picked up, yeah.
What's it telling you to do right now?
Fleck the dark. Fallen.
You don't have to get precision kills or anything like that.
No, just fleck the dark.
good precision kills, so let me kill these like little guys, please. I know you're really good at add-on kills.
Switch the gun.
Look out, Matt, you're gonna...
Thank you. I had a bolt rifle.
Yeah, they were dropping those laser beams and I kinda like push you out of the way.
Fucking pushing me around, I think. Shoot him in the head.
Yeah, the ones that can be shot in the head. Can't get them fucking precision kills.
I would have been able to do it with a pistol, fucking robot. Kept pushing me. I got 2 so far. So let me check this, the quest. Yeah, I got 2 precision kills, so that's 4 right now.
Okay, you need to...
Yeah, it didn't tell me at first. Normally I do it with the bow anyway, but it kills all the halves, so I'm only getting 1 at a time. So I swapped. Swapped buttons. Bro, I'm so out of the range line to aim this. Big guy. Fine. It seemed like some of them counted, some of them didn't. Switch to a pistol or something.
Yeah,
Big.
pulse rifle is a weird one sometimes. And if you have anything that's like shooting elements out of it, that's always gonna fuck things up.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the Forerunner pistol.
Like those arch boots for the Titan for me. Like, if I was trying to get a void melee kill, and I would do the ramming charge with the void, it would consider an arc.
Yeah.
That's kind of the annoying thing about that. It's like you want to just switch a subclass, and it works for those boots work for any subclass, which is awesome. For just blending 2 elements together, you know. And the void damage will affect void shields, but it won't register as a void melee kill. Powered void. So like, that's just the same thing.
A little weird. Two. Oh, they're dropping from these guys, the minions. Not the other guys. I was killed. Okay. He didn't drop one.
They probably don't always drop. Probably has a chance.
Yeah. The precision kill might increase the chance of dropping.
Yeah.
Because I got 2 in a row the first time you told me to do the precision kill. And then it was like 2 out of 30 that I got the first 2. You sent that guy flying! There's like a 300-foot punch, bro. Skiff evacuated.
Shanky safe, please. I want somebody with a fucking face. I could shoot them. There it is. No. Regular precision profile. Okay, there's some down here. Ah, got one. This then. Oh, even dead?
I think it's by that.
I'm just gonna port there, yeah. Go up the Eventide rooms. Oh, Matt, did you get yours? Yeah, you're on the screen.
Yeah.
These Elixni seek refuge with House Light. Guard their departure. Barracks will be grateful.
Oh, is this the thing you want to do? Like,
I think it's this big tall bitch right here. We gotta go, do those 2 control panel things.
oh man. Okay, so yeah. We're all gonna do them at the same time, Matt, so hold on a second. Okay, tell us when to do it. Right now? Yep, get ready, Matt. Go. Remember it.
Done.
You get 90 seconds to kill your captain.
Mine will be dead right now.
I don't know if that was mine or not.
Then we turn it off, right?
There's another one over here. Oh my god, I blew myself up. Kill him. Over here, by the brig.
Again, darkness falls on this moon. And again, foolish Elixni flock to it. Save them from temptation, Guardian.
Save them. With death.
Deactivated it.
Skip evacuated. Send word to Mithrax. Your friends are on their way.
The Light Kell awaits. Barracks hopes he will welcome them. An Elixni warrior hunts deserters.
What now?
She brings their arms to Aramis as tribute. End her.
combat?
Yeah. Foes in the Fallen City.
I don't know what I'm going with. This one's on this thing.
It's like a maze. You break, bitch. We just samurai shampooed that motherfucker.
Some live, some die.
Beep poop
Be
beep
by the way of the samurai. Sun down to the sun bleed. How it goes, but I missed that song. Objective, oh man. It's the heroic version or something? They're gonna be champions. What kind of champions? Overload and barrier, Matthew. Second, please.
Alright. Doing something real quick. Rip my bolski. There we go. Gotta open a couple of things up.
Yeah. Yeah. Went to go. Oh, I got her something. Yeah, alright. I got a Gallahorn. I'm not afraid of anything.
Triangle and square, or circle and square? Huh? Papa?
What are you talking about?
Overload
asking me right
anti-barrier.
Oh yeah, circle and triangle.
So let me switch up to my pistol. For this.
Like, you're gonna want a bow for overload. You're gonna want an auto rifle for barrier.
Yeah.
Should be alright though, I got both, so as long as you got one, usually be okay. He's probably got both too, so like, probably do whatever you want, but it helps to have one.
I got both. When we going?
Trying to stun this motherfucker. Just kill him, I guess. We're going this way.
Pack me up a bow. Smoke me up some weed. And then I'll shoot my pants. Yes, I will. Yes, indeed. Pooping myself. Right now. I don't know why. I am a 29-year-old full-grown man and I still say this shit. All the NPC mobs.
What, is there a champion? Is there a champion? Gonna finish them off? One up here. Poor little guy up here. You guys were sleeping back there. Whoa, how'd you get so fast?
Guardian down.
Oh, Tracer Shank. Wow. On a rampage.
So
Center
there was
there.
more, and I just didn't know.
Yeah, there's a lot more.
It said we completed
Figured
something. So I walked out.
Yeah, it was like, probably got like triumphs for killing champions faster than you ever had before. Me and Kay were over here killing it. We're at a boss fight and shit. Wondering where our buddies are. Battle fired up now. We got a sword. Kill these shanks, these tracer shanks. Must die. That don't kill me, thank you. And just fine, bitch. You won't respawn until I play this again, which is never. Mwahaha. Maybe not never.
She's definitely gonna die, so that's a big never. I'm gonna mutilate her dead body. Okay.
Ah. Look good. Dodged all my shots, aka I missed all my shots.
Yoink. Fucking scrub life.
Yeah, okay. He had a barrier somewhere.
A
little barrier, the barrier servitor that couldn't.
Took the sword and shoved it right in his eye.
Killed him before his fucking shield even spawned. He was just like, I just don't have will anymore.
Fun fact, servitor eyes are also buttholes. How'd my lightning miss every mob? Zero sense.
She's down, Barracks. It's over. That's all of them. All of Aramis's lieutenants. Her entire council.
The reign of the Kell of Darkness is ended. Thanks to the Guardian. But
that is our
Aramis becomes myth.
I think she's in limbo though, like her soul. They're talking about bringing her back, like resurrecting.
Oh, dude,
champions will rise.
Are you kidding me? That's all Destiny ever does is bring back dead characters.
Yeah.
Always.
Very theology.
Mythrax. Friends with them now. He lives in the city.
I'm free!
Alex is pleased. Albert, we must go. See.
Hello, Marmax. Cinemax. Skinflix.
Oh yeah, you're party leader, how sweet.
Going through.
So.
I'm gonna punch Milthrax right in the penis.
Rex penis.
How bad do you think it would be to get kicked in the nuts wearing one of these suits? It's gotta hurt even if you don't take it in the nuts. It's still gonna hit you in the pelvis. That's gonna hurt. Just a steady, swift kick right to the fucking leg. Break both of his legs as a fucking cup.
Shut up.
What have you seen out there? Look. Velask, friend.
Forgot she ripped off his arm. What a mean lady.
Ooh, that's the thing we can do. Can we do the weekly exo challenge first? So yeah, like my initial game plan, and then when it comes down to the new Witch Queen shit, is I'm gonna have all my characters, 6 of them, fucking 6 of them, stacked with vines.
Why?
I'm just gonna cash them out. Then I'll be like 30 power levels. I don't really need to be a higher power level at this point in time in this season. It's about over on the 22nd. You know what I mean? That's the way I see it. And so it's not. The matter of it is you get burnt out doing like the same stupid shit over and over again. Like Europa, God, they made me go back and forth on Europa forever and ever, and you know, to get all your stasis and all that bullshit. Back and forth on the Glycon Tower. Which, like, I get, okay, but the real fun comes when you get to do the really challenging shit. When you start to, like, I wouldn't mind trying to do a master fucking Nightfall. Sounds like it would be what we just did, just twice as hard.
I do that stuff.
Love to do a Grandmaster Nightfall. And we need to all be spec'd around each other. And no way to really kind of know unless we just kind of do it and die a couple times and fail and be like, okay, you know, let's change some shit up, let's try this or whatever.
Yeah,
it just takes time. It just takes time that, you know what I mean? It's like how serious you want to take the game. I do to a degree.
Well, that's all like, that's like
still doing the same shit, but if you level up fast, then you've got shit unlocked that you can do now, like raids, dungeons, ways it does come about. Banner comes up, 30 power levels under everybody, it sucks. You know what I mean? No, you're not a Banner fan, but I am. It's not as good as it used to be. I'm caring a lot less, I'll tell you that, but still have fun, and it is a good way to get power from gear, power up. Luckily, kind of the bounties that they've released for Iron Banner, like, reward you being a little underpowered, you know? Like, you'll get increased progression if you kill somebody who's higher power level than you know? So even if that's an assisted kill or whatever, it's kind of helping out towards that. And then powerful shit along the way to kind of try to help you out.
I just don't like the arbitrary grind stuff. I like grinding, I don't like grinding that doesn't feel like it's a part of the game. It's like a system they added. When the grinding was fine.
Yeah, but, you know, like the seasonal content, this one, it was the Shattered Realm. How many times did I have to do the Shattered Realm? You know what I mean? I just now finished it with this character. How many times have you come in here and helped me with this character do that Shattered Realm shit, man? Like, I've been in there 10 or 12 fucking times. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't even do it with my other characters. I don't think I finished it on my other two characters on my other account. Same with the Glycon with the Dead Man's Tail, which, like, it's a cool thing, and I wish you could do it so you can get the fucking Dead Man's Tail, but I don't want to go back through and try to collect these pages. I'm one page short away from a title, and I just don't give a fuck anymore.
Yeah, like, it's pretty, like, standard formula, like, MMOs to fucking...
I like that they did the mission, same with the Hawk Moon, you know, but the Hawk Moon wasn't that bad. It was like, oh fuck, I need some more feathers, let's do this one more time. You know what I mean? It wasn't like, what the fuck, what pages am I missing? How do you even look up to see what pages you have, or how to get the one you're missing, or what week it is that it's, and that's the same with like the corrupted bullshit.
They could...
Yep, the corrupted bullshit, yep.
I gotta say something.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, man.
The like end game progression is real fucked up because they want you to do like arbitrary grinding before you do like the normal MMO thing. You know what I'm saying? Where you're like grinding loot, and it don't make sense.
Yeah, you're grinding loot for power loot. Right? Yes, you're right. I agree with you, and I don't care for it. Like,
yeah, that's why like I can't get into like all the
while they made you do that arbitrary grind, but you were traveling and traversing the landscape and understanding where the lines, where the boundaries are between your level 14s and your level 18s or whatever, you know what I mean? Like, and so it taught you like territory and boundaries, and told a story and everything else along the way. Well, this one it's just like grind this shit over and over again, and then find some pages so you can read about it, because we don't have a cutscene to fucking show you.
Like other games that...
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With all the money you put in. Yeah.
Well, the system in play for games that get too big, like Destiny's, like, it's got a lot of content, so you can consider it, like, too big. They don't
hold on 1 sec, Kay. I'm sorry, buddy. Go on, man.
My bad. They don't need to, like, vault anything, okay? They just need to level smush old stuff. Like, not even so much, like, increase or decrease. Like, they don't gotta fuck with, like, experience. They just gotta level smush things, like, in the light level system, you know what I'm saying? So, like, make one planet this light level to that light level, and etc. for all the light levels, and then have one endgame planet that you progress in. I mean, that's the standard formula for, like, every, like, that's like Dungeons and Dragons, you know what I'm saying? It's like, that's like how these games are made, and it's like, how are you gonna just be like, just do this forever?
They're
until
trying
you think
something
of a story.
different, which is whatever, and like Kay said, okay, Okay brings up a point. D1, you had to level your weapons. Remember that?
Yeah, that was great.
Like you'd have to
it
use
was like
it.
you got skilled with that gun.
Exactly, and you understand its little nuances. You know what I mean? And you get better with it, and so then it teaches you how to use that gun properly, kind of, or what situation it's best in, maybe. Yeah, and so they're talking about bringing that back, right?
Yeah, that's a good feeling because it makes sense. Like it feels like it's something that happens.
Well, and so D1, what was cool is kind of like you said, like, okay, here's your end game planet, accessibility.
Yeah.
They didn't really have that in D1. What they did was just, you can't do the raid. Like they did the storyline, which was cool, and the storyline built up to the raid, kind of like you could complete the storyline and you felt like it was a full story.
That's how it's
for that DLC or whatever it was. But then the raid was kind of like, all right, putting the nail in the coffin,
Yeah.
And so it worked out really good. And so, but the best part about that was accessibility. Everybody had access to that,
Hello, Guardian.
For the most part.
Welcome.
I mean, you had to buy the DLC. But
And
now
I'm not
when
opposed
everything's
to that. I'd rather buy
self-categorized, me too, rather than this seasonal, which is a subscription. I keep calling it a subscription base because that's what it is.
It is probably one of the more fair ones I've seen, though. It is like $10 for like almost like a whole year of like.
All right, I'm sorry, Matt. Okay, go ahead now.
I'll go. My bad. I need to get him in the fucking guild. Dang it.
Right. Yeah.
Calling it. Time for a break.
I know that gun.
Right.
I'm scared to look at the news.
Well, the whole thing is a constant social experiment,
Why are you afraid? Some kind of crazy experiment.
Yeah. Right. Which is cool. Right.
That's enough. It
Right.
must have been hundreds of years old. From before the traveler, maybe.
Ooh, I can smell food.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and you want that repeatability in the campaign like that too, for sure. And then you had
I
your
like
daily
repeating
heroic missions and shit. Yeah. Right.
have not fallen yet.
I'm changing, I'm gonna change characters real quick.
Right. I'm gonna see what this great smelling food is. Right back.
The dish is out of alignment again.
Oh, it's supposed to stop snowing here pretty soon.
Dancing guardians, usual.
Recording data is easy, but recording data that can only be opened by those you allow to. Now that is an art form.
Temperatures are gonna drop.
Blue skies, dancing guardians, usual. Those readings don't make any sense.
Yeah, it just rained. We had slush. This is wet snow, man. Like heavy wet snow. Fucking pulled something in my armpit.
My thighs feel fucking jacked from running through the snow.
Yeah.
Had 3 huskies pulling me, bro. I tell you about my 3-wheeled scooter.
Hey, I'm gonna change characters. Hold on.
Take a look.
Oh, you're good.
No.
Okay if I listen to music while I work?
Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! We're not going anywhere. We can't do it.
Okay, so I've got this Darcy sniper rifle, right? Everybody hates. So my first exotic with this account was Stompies, and then my first exotic ornament was for Stompies, and so and I only had a Titan and a Warlock, so I made this Hunter, and then I got my second exotic. Yo. Yeah. Yeah, swap out, bro.
Yo, stop, dude. Come on, man. Back up. Oh, I think I took my mouth. I just want to shit myself right now. Where's K-Dart going? Or is he
He's switching characters.
I think I'm gonna get another cup of coffee.
God, please don't.
Do I really need one though?
Finally have gaps between your sentences now. It's right where you need to be.
Yeah, I know, it's bad, right? Our words are supposed to be as fast as my heart is.
Like, are you on push to talk still? You're good now. I'm just joking.
Oh, I was fucking wired earlier.
And then I couldn't hear K at all. Like,
Bro, I know. I might have speak on, and when that shit's on like that, the priority speak, it'll mute everything.
Plus, he's super quiet. I don't know how to just turn him up specifically. Yeah. Game chat sucks. That's all.
Is it? Join Gilded.
Dude, he's not joining Guild. Stop.
Please, I get a dividends for everyone who joins. I do. You get a stock, and each stock is worth like $68. Fucking, and then after you get so many, you get a dividend.
If he joins, it's because I recommended him. He's coming to my chat server.
Do it. You can get a stock per every 5 invites.
Because I named it Asmodeus Reborn, which is our clan.
I couldn't remember the original fucking name. I was trying to make the badge
Made me
name.
make one. I didn't even want to make one. Forced me. I feel violated.
Violated.
Alright. What do you gotta do, Kay? What step are on up? Wait, step 3 of what? Of Beyond Light?
That fixed the clan tag.
We're just gonna give you, you need Gambit, you said? I've got that on a character, but that's for the Malfeasance. Oh, okay. Hold on a second then. Hold on, let me switch characters real quick. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm not that far yet with this character, that's why. I'm on, Beyond Light. Step 21 of 34. Heat fallen in the Cosmodrome, the Divide, to gather intel on the location of Bakris, the Adamantine.
You know what I just realized?
Cosmodrome.
Johnny?
What?
Are you missing exotics on your PC account?
On my what?
On your PC account?
No, I don't have stasis at all for this character. Remember, you played this one with me. Give me a second, man. I'm sorry. Remember, we just helped Barracks? Yeah. I did some more shit after that. We'll be through this lickety split, and then I'll be on that Born of Darkness.
We'll pull something up.
Pretty sure. If not, we could just let's just do this and see where I end up real quick. If this isn't it, we'll do some gambits on it. I can just switch characters. I don't really care. I gotcha. Yeah. We're gonna want to go this. Okay, so Matt, you were saying, am I missing exotics or something?
If you're missing exotics, you could duplicate them on your PS4 account, right? And then transfer a character over to PC from PS4, and then get all those exotics unlocked on your PC account.
But they're two separate accounts.
Yeah, but you link them.
Yeah, okay. I didn't know exactly how that link shit worked because I used to have an account which me and Lewis were playing a long time ago. That's how I had this, but it was on Blizzard back then, and then I just kind of forgot about it forever until. Anyways,
I'm bringing my awkward ass shaped sparrow through here.
Yeah, I want to go to the divide. I have to kill Fallen or something. Defeat Fallen in the Cosmodrome. Divide.
Got him.
No, these guys killed everything. Kill everything patrol here. Yeah.
Yeah. You want to smoke?
What up? Killed me. New step. Eliminate.
No, I just gave him
Okay. Doesn't matter. I gotta do this lost sector now.
Yeah, but... Shit. Oh, I made it. I'm safe.
Forgot we had a patrol. My God, how's it complete? We didn't even finish this thing yet.
Johnny, I sent you a video. It's not important. It's the button to invite people. Because you do get a stock profile. I decided that just because I have a Stripe account, with like using Gilbert, I'm still going to send that out places because it's still my Stripe account, and and so that still counts. 5 people accept the invite. So it's stock. It's only $68. Get a percentage of the dividends.
Oh my god. Guardian down. Guardian down.
Now it gives me all this fucking heavy ammo. I get to use it. What do they want me to do?
Each one's like 40 charges for me.
Complete the glassway strike.
Right, and then we're starting to make that jump. Scared me. Okay.
What's going on? Bed dream?
Yeah, but you guys also don't hit me up when you're playing.
Barracks, we're here. Heading in after Aramis now.
The portal within. It was built in your golden age to study Vex. But Vex escaped. Murdered many. You must hurry. Devastation is all we face if Aramis opens that portal.
We're on it.
Hello, Pawn. It's no surprise to find you here.
Aramis, you must not do this. Do you not care for our people?
Far more than you know, traitor. Tell me, Varix, was it not you that tortured and murdered Elixni in the prison of elders?
Oh.
Varix is...
A hypocrite? Yes. At least here they die for a cause.
You are a monster if you do this.
I'm no monster. What I do for the future of our people.
Open that portal and you kill them all.
Many will die, yes, but more shall live.
How did I fall on me on crack, man?
Okay. Okay, bud.
Our world died in barracks. Do you recall? We were absolutely powerless to stop it. I tried everything to put it behind me, to move on. But in my head, I could not silence the collective cries of our injured and dying. But then, darkness presented itself, and I took it. Finally, Barrett. Finally, I felt I could do something. So go ahead. Call me a monster, but do not doubt that what I do for the future of our people.
Aramis has always been brash, but this is different. The darkness pervades her mind and spirit.
We'll stop her, Barracks. We have to.
Next middle class. Destiny.
One of my own.
There she is.
Unfortunately, you're too late. I'll just have to eviscerate you another day, if you make it out alive.
Report. It's on.
No. It cuts to you instead. Skip it. Might be able to pick up the box. What's that, bud? Back to the Exo Street. Oh.
I'll be right back.
Boy. We go to the ziggurat.
Pace of rolls. Got me a whole plate. Pizza rolls. In the face.
And 3, 4. Shut that. So. Fuck out there. I'm gonna take a break because I need to eat. And I'm gonna shovel off some shit and dog out.
Okay.
Might need it for the thing, to be honest.
I'll do.
Yeah. Well, either way, I'll holler at you later, maybe Matt. I don't know. Alright, bye. See you later.
Today, we're going to look at 3 places you can't go and people who went there anyways. But before we get into today's stories, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you come to the right place because that's all we do, and we upload 2 or 3 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, at the Like Button's next birthday party, please gift them a 3-year supply of Radithor. Also, please subscribe to our channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of our weekly uploads. All right, let's get into today's stories. On Monday, May 23rd, 2005, 37-year-old John Wilson got home from a very long day at work and immediately just collapsed into a sofa. John was an oil pipeline inspector in Houston, Texas, and that day it had been extremely hot, and he'd been driving around all these different job sites, and he'd been out in the sun, and he really hadn't had a break. And so now that he was home, he was totally exhausted and knew he should probably just go to bed, but he didn't want to. He didn't want to just go right to bed and then have to get back up again and go right back to work. He wanted to unwind before calling it a night. And so he decided what he would do to unwind would be to go fishing, something he really loved to do. Normally, John did a lot of freshwater fishing, but tonight he decided he would do some saltwater fishing. And so at about 7:30 p.m. that night, he grabbed his fishing rod and his tackle box, he threw it in the back of his pickup truck, and then he hit the road. About an hour and a half later, he had driven all the way south to the very coast of Texas to a beach called Crystal Beach, which is right on the Gulf of Mexico. And instead of parking in one of the parking spaces in the lot, John, like he always did, just drove right through the gate out onto the actual beach. This beach actually had a reputation for having really hard-packed sand, almost like cement, because so many people like John would drive their vehicles out onto the beach. And so he goes through the gate and he drives straight out towards the water. And although it wasn't completely low tide yet, it was making its way towards low tide. And so there was a lot of beach exposed. And so John drove for quite a while and then he parked still in the tidal zone, but well away from the water. John probably figured that he would not be there long enough for it to matter because high tide was not for several hours. And so John hops out of his truck, he preps his fishing rod, and he walks out into the actual surf, and he begins to fish. And it would have been very, very peaceful, as there was not really anyone else down there, as it was pretty much the middle of the night. There might have been a couple other fishermen nearby, but that was about it. And for a while, John probably just enjoyed the peace and quiet, he enjoyed fishing, and then after a while, John got...
He's really good at doing this, like when he's telling a story. But I wonder if John's alive. You know what I mean? You never know. Until he's like, the story concludes. Or... until that phase of the story is complete.
Overwhelmingly tired. Maybe it was from all the work earlier in the day out in the sun that was just finally catching up to him, or maybe it was all the moving around in the surf, getting knocked around by the water that was making him tired, or maybe it was both. But either way, John decided he wanted to take a nap before he headed home again. And so he left the surf zone, he dropped his fishing rod in the back of his truck, and then he crawled underneath his truck to take a nap. The following morning, a man who was out for a walk near Crystal Beach looked out into the water and he saw a truck was half submerged in the surf zone. And so he called the police, and then the police called a tow truck, And then the tow truck driver showed up to the beach, and when he got there, it was still relatively high tide, and so he had to wait until it was low tide enough that he could actually attach the chains and start pulling this truck out of the surf zone. And so finally, when it was low tide enough, the tow truck driver walked down, and as soon as he was standing next to this partially submerged vehicle, he saw there was a body poking out from underneath it, and that body belonged to John Wilson. No one knows for sure what happened to John after he climbed underneath this truck, but the best guess is after he went under there, he fell asleep, and he slept for longer than he anticipated. And in that time frame, even though the sand of this beach had this reputation for being really, really hard, well, after a couple of hours, his truck would have begun to sink in the sand. It would have settled into the sand. And so John, as he's laying there, at some point would have been trapped by the underside of his truck. And then from that point, either the truck just continued to settle, ultimately crushing John to death, or it kept him pinned there, but he was still alive.
He drowned.
And then the tide came in, and eventually he drowned. Either way, John's final moments must have been torture.
Dummy. I'll be right back. Gotta get those supreme onions out of my teeth. Haha. How's your morning going? What's up with you? Did you set it up, the background removal? The NVIDIA broadcast? It's from the same company that does the graphics drivers, the graphics card stuff.
Sevnica is a gorgeous town right in the heart of Slovenia.
What I did notice is that the browser broadcasters can't capture the removal part. Nice. So the removal is active, right? But because it's like digital, and then it's going through a digital software thingy, mabobber, you know, it's it doesn't work. You know what I mean? It half works. It doesn't put you into the screen. Supposedly, Lightstream does work. Like Lightstream lets you do it. You know what I mean? So we can use our NVIDIA background removal on Lightstream. Supposedly it works. But even if it doesn't, background blur, background replacement, and autofocus still work. You know what I mean? So those are good features. You see what I'm saying? It says the background removal thingy, because background removal isn't a background removal isn't like a green screen. It's a digital green screen basically. It'll be really cool. Let's look at it real quick. Let's go see what settings I got. Nice. So white noise removal, you're in a 720p camera. This one might be good for you. You know what I mean? So say if just say like if it doesn't work, you know what I mean? You can do like this plus fucking, I didn't even hang up my coat. I just threw that motherfucker back there. And like do this. Right. Like that ain't bad. That puts you right up in the motherfucker. You know what I mean? And then like we could use trims and shit. But I like this. You know what I mean?
Slovenia, situated right along the Sava River, which is one of the longest rivers in Europe. The section of the Sava that flows past Sevnica was a popular destination for kayakers and canoeists up until 2008, when a hydroelectric dam was built across it, creating a sort of dead end for anyone trying to go through that section of the river. They would have to stop at the dam, get out, walk around, and then pick up the river on the other side, or that would mark the end of their trip that day. In 2008, while this dam was still under construction, the mayor of Sevnica, who was in favor of the construction of this dam, he understood that this was kind of a bummer for the people in town. While the dam itself was going to provide more electricity for the town, it did kind of end an era. And so he decided he would organize a final trip down the Sava River past the dam while they could still go right past it. And he was calling this trip the Final Descent. And so he went all around town asking people if they wanted to come, and and he finally recruited 27 other people to come with him on this final trip. And so a few weeks later, on July 3rd, after all preparations were made, the mayor and the rest of his crew, they made their way upstream to this loading area where 4 canoes have been set out for them, and the staff people that had actually provided these canoes, they offered the group life jackets, and virtually everyone in the group turned it down. It's unclear why they turned down the life jackets, but one could guess that, the river itself was incredibly calm, and they were not expecting to be on the water for very long,
Until a
and
shark
so
hit
they
him with
just
a
decided
harpoon
they
and
didn't
flipped
need
the
one.
fucking
And so after
boat.
all 28 people got into their canoes,
Ripped
7
everyone
people per
apart.
canoe, they pushed off the shore and they began their slow trip down the river. And the mayor had actually hired a photographer to come along with them to document their journey. So as soon as they take off, the photographer is looking around, taking pictures and filming. The weather was beautiful and the water was calm, and everything was just going really, really well. But about 15 or 20 minutes into their journey, they turned this corner and they got a clear view of the dam, which was about 1,000 feet away from them at the time. Now, the dam was not done yet, but it was pretty close to being done. And so the actual structure of the dam, it was built. And so even from 1,000 feet away, it was very obvious to tell that up ahead, there's these big cement archways where the water flows down over this dam. And the whole group pretty much immediately saw they had a problem. The plan, according to the mayor, had been they would get to this dam, but on the left side of the dam, there was going to be a strip of waterway that had not been blocked off yet. Because when this dam was complete, it would completely obstruct the river side to side. But because it wasn't actually done yet, the construction crew had told the mayor that, yep, the left side, there's going to be an area where you can basically just casually go right past. You won't go down the dam. It's totally safe. But here this group is on the water looking at the dam, and even from 1,000 feet away, it was obvious there was no side way to get around the dam. You clearly had to go through the dam, or you had to get out and go around the dam. Now, the river was moving very, very slowly. There wasn't a strong current, and so there wasn't some urgent decision that needed to be made about what they were going to do. The group intuitively knew that the right choice here is to, go to the side, get out of your canoes, and either go around or just end the trip right there. But the mayor and a few of the other people in the other canoes got the idea that, hey, why don't we just go over the dam? I know we're not supposed to, and the construction crew explicitly said, don't go over the dam, it's extremely dangerous. But from the looks of it, it doesn't look that bad. And truthfully, it did not look too bad. This was not some enormous dam with some huge drop-off. It was actually a pretty small dam where the water kind of went down this fairly small embankment that was maybe 10 or 15 feet long, and at the bottom of this embankment was some semi-rough water, but overall, it just looked like it might be kind of fun to go down this dam, like you'd be going down a slide with your canoe. And so the mayor was really keen on doing this. He made it seem like it was going to be fun, it was going to be an adventure. And so before long, 3 of the 4 canoes were fully on board with the idea of just going over the dam. The 4th canoe that was not prepared to go over the dam had the photographer in it. And they said, we're not comfortable with this, but we'll pull up next to the dam and we'll just film you guys going over the dam. It'll be really cool. And so after making their plans about who was going to do what, the 4 canoes continued down the river. And when they got about maybe 100 or 200 feet away from the entrance to this dam, the 4th canoe with the photographer pulled off on the left side of the river. They got out, and the photographer lifted up his camera, and he began filming the other 3 canoes as they made their approach into the dam. Now, the video from this photographer that was released to the public, it shows the first of these 3 canoes actually going into the dam. And you see these 7 people on this canoe. They're kind of happy and excited looking. They have nervous anticipation like they're about to start a roller coaster or something. And they're making their way into this dark section inside of the dam. They're basically going through the gates of the dam where they're going to go down this embankment. And as they go into the darkness, as you begin to lose sight of them, you see the back end of the canoe suddenly pops up because now they're going down the actual dam itself. They start sliding down, and then you hear someone in the canoe start to scream, and then it goes completely silent. And then the video just ends. That canoe, right after it slid down that downslope, it would reach the waters below, but the canoe would capsize, throwing everyone on board into the water. And these 7 people, they didn't even have a chance to catch their breath before they were sucked under. Not only because the water was rough at the bottom of the dam and kind of was churning and pulling them under, but
That's
also
so messed
because
up, dude.
this is a hydroelectric dam, and at the bottom of the dam, underneath the water where they were all these big openings to underwater tunnels. tunnels. And these tunnels functioned like vacuums. It pulled water down inside and then ran the water past a turbine, causing it to spin, and that would generate the electricity. That's what the dam actually did. And so after the water was pushed past this turbine, it would be jettisoned out somewhere else downstream. Now, even though this dam was not fully operational yet, these tunnels and the turbines at the bottom of them, they were operational. So as these 7 people are dumped into these incredibly dangerous waters and they're getting pulled down towards these tunnels, the other 2 canoes, they have no idea what's going on with this first canoe, and so they just continue on and they go over the dam. The second canoe that went down the dam, they also capsized at the bottom. All 7 occupants were thrown out and they were sucked down underwater almost immediately. The third canoe that went over the dam, they did not capsize, and so after they cleared the dam and kind of paddled away, they began looking around for the other 2 canoes that should have already been down there. And there was nobody out in front of them, and so they turned around thinking maybe they're closer to the dam, and they don't see anyone, but they see one of the canoes is completely flipped over, and the other canoe has been broken apart in the churning waters right at the base of the dam, and they see the wood from this canoe just getting tumbled around. And so this third canoe immediately turns and tries to paddle over to the base of this dam to try to start pulling people out of the water. But when they get over there, there's no one there. The 14 people that had been in these 2 canoes, they're gone. Ultimately, 13 of the 14 people that fell in the water that day would perish, and one of the fatalities was the mayor. The only person who survived who fell in the water was actually the mayor's wife, who by some miracle managed to swim out of the grasp of these tunnels under the water and made it to shore. Over the next several days and weeks, police divers were able to eventually find all 13 bodies, one of which had traveled 25 miles away to Croatia. No information was given about the state of the bodies when they were found, and so we don't know if having been sucked down through these tunnels and forced past these underwater turbines played a role in their death. All the public knows is that all or most of these 13 people were sucked down into these tunnels and then they died.
Holy.
Full transparency, this next story was pretty difficult to put together because
That's so messed up, dude. Why would you do that? Now I'm scared of dams.
the details of what actually happened to the victim are just really difficult to decipher. And so I think I've been very thorough and I've done a good job describing what happened, but I'm willing to accept it if I'm not right and this is actually inaccurate. And if you think I am, feel free to let me know in the comments. With that said, here we go. In 1974, 18-year-old Debbie Stone landed what she considered to be an amazing summer job. She was hired to work at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. Her specific role was to be a hostess at a brand new attraction called America Sings. Disney had basically converted an old carousel, which is a ride that spins around in a circle. They had converted it into a rotating stage, and they put up partition walls all along this rotating stage to create 6 distinct stages on this rotating stage. And so on each of these 6 stages were different sets of these robotic animals that played different songs about America. And so the way this would work, if you were in the audience, is you would walk into this theater that looked like a single theater with one stage right in front of you, but really what you were looking at is one of the 6 stages. And so the audience would sit down, they would see one of the acts, they'd see one performance on one of the stages, and then the stage would rotate. And so the audience would remain in the theater until all 6 stages had rotated in front of them and played their 2 to 4 minute long act. Debbie's job at America Sings was at the beginning of these shows where the audience would watch all 6 acts. She would go up before the very first act. She'd go on stage and she would greet the audience. And then the show would start, it would filter through all 6 of the stages, and then Debbie would get back on stage and she would say goodbye to that group of audience members. It was a simple gig and Debbie seemed to like it. And so on July 9th of that year, which was 9 days after this attraction had opened, and so it was 9 days after Debbie had started her job, Debbie was asked to come in for an evening shift. And so she left her house and she made it out to the attraction at about 10 p.m., which was right at the start of a show. And so she went right inside, she hopped on stage, she greeted the audience, and then she left the stage and the show began. And so over the next 30 minutes, all 6 of the stages performed their acts. And then after the 6th act was done, Debbie dutifully climbed back onto the stage. She said goodbye to the audience. And then as that audience was leaving the theater, she turned around and walked towards the back of the stage she was on. What happened next requires some additional explanation. Each of the 6 stages that made up this attraction had a fairly tall back wall. And behind each of these 6 back walls that were kind of in a ring was the center of the actual attraction. And in the center was this circular, fairly tall storage room. This storage room did not rotate. It was stationary. These stages and their respective back walls, they rotated around this storage room. The gap between the outside of the storage room at any point around it and the inside of the back wall was maybe a couple of inches. It was pretty narrow, but it was big enough that a person in theory could get stuck back there. So it was a real hazard. However, Disney did not put any specific safeguards in place to prevent their staff from intentionally or unintentionally going into this space. They just told their staff to not go back there and be careful. So back on July 9th, after Debbie has said goodbye to the audience and she's walked towards the back of the stage she's on, she decides to move from the stage she's on to the adjoining stage. And when she does that, she either trips or falls or something happens which causes her to fall into the narrow space between the 2 back walls of the 2 stages she was on. And so she falls through that gap and then gets wedged between the outside of the storage room and the back of one of the back walls. She tries to pull herself up and pull herself out of the space, but she realizes she's stuck. And so she starts to panic and she starts screaming for help. None of the staff hear her, or they don't recognize that this is a real call for help. And this new wave of people that are coming in, the new audience, they're all talking loudly. There's music playing. They don't really hear her. And anyone that actually did hear her calling for help, they would later say they thought it was part of the show. And so as Debbie is screaming bloody murder, she cannot get out of this gap, this narrow gap she's stuck in. These stages, they start to move because the show is going to start. And because Debbie has nowhere to go, when the stage began to rotate, she got forcibly dragged and twisted and rolled, and her body began to contort, and bones started to break, and she was forced to continue moving through this narrow space because the stage was just going to keep on going until it reached its next position. And so finally, after it dragged her all the way to its next position, Debbie didn't die. She was grievously injured. She probably had dozens of broken bones, but she was alive and she's still totally stuck and she's screaming with every ounce of energy she has. But again, the audience, even though they heard her screaming, they assumed it was part of the show. And apparently the staff also heard her screams and convinced themselves it was just no big deal. And so 2 to 4 minutes later, when the act was complete, the stage began to rotate again. And so Debbie again is rolled and contorted and crushed and dragged and smashed and broken as the stage again rotates to its next position. And she's still not dead. She's screaming out for help. No one is coming to help her. And so the entire show would play out with the stage rotating through all of its sections. And then finally, at the end of the show, when one of the audience members alerted the staff that, hey, you should really go check out that screaming we heard. And at that point, they went for a look and they discovered Debbie, and she was very obviously deceased. Disney would pay a small settlement to Debbie's family, and then they would put up a number of safeguards on the American
potato
Sings attraction to make sure something like this never happened again. So that's going to do it, guys. If you found the secret in today's episode, let us know in the comments section what it is and where you found it, so give us the timestamp. And if you're the first to do that, we'll pin you at the top of the comments section. If you got something out of today's
really
episode and you haven't done this already, at the like button
those were really fucked up. I'm gonna end stream so I can wake up early.